And there we go for our wonderful Sunday show. Welcome everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. What's the pointer at? It was pointing at a little smoky on the side of the cone. Thank you everyone for the hellos and the welcomes. We got so many in here, it's going to be hard to say hi to everyone. So thanks Wormhand and Kevin and Alex, Evening and Doc, and thank you, Alex. We got Yvonne Kunkel, of course, is here doing her thing, and of course Linda, thank you for being here, as well as Sue and Henry. No, he said hi to Wormhand, not me. Bonjour Tanto and JB, and thanks. And there's more. Yay, it's DrFox2000 live. Awesome, King Cullen. And thanks Chandel, and let's see, who else? Roger, welcome and thanks. All right, I think we got enough of those. Thank you everyone. And welcome to all of you. And we're looking at this cone going, what the heck is going on? And of course it is continuing to build up. It has a fair amount of lava sitting inside it, churning away. As you can see, it's just your washing machine on super high. Although I don't recommend putting your clothes in there. They may come back just a tad on the starchy side. Crispy. Anyway, there's a few interesting spots around on the cone. I'm going to get at those before we get anywhere else. Right here, we've been noticing this smoke wisp coming off of here all morning long. And one of the things that we do have to remind everyone is basically this lava, as effusive as it is and everything, it lands and it may not seal up completely, bonding and forming like really tight-knit material. So there are holes in there, and of course if you've got a little bit of a chamber somewhere in between the inside wall and the outside wall, you're going to get a little bit of smoke coming out of there because it is an exhaust vent of sorts. So that's kind of cool. What I was actually pointing at earlier here was this area back here, and I did see some spatter hit back here, and I think this is a moss fire because this area is not burned out yet. So that is likely a bit of moss burning in the background here. But then again, can't be 100% sure because I'm not there to look at it. So maybe Yvonne, if you get a chance, wander on over there. Now while you're there, measure the height of this. I'm kidding, never mind, it's okay. Don't go over there, it's too close. That is dangerous. Anyway, first off, let's say hello and welcome to our moderators. We have Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue, and Yvonne Kunkel, and C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles, and there might be some other ones that pop in there as well. But I do see that we had Arizona in there already. We had C&D Boy in. Piggy is here, and Yvonne is here, and Sue is here. So awesome! Lots of wonderful moderators doing their thing. And of course, for those who don't know, Yvonne Kunkel is on site there at the wonderful Eruption in Iceland. She's doing her thing and doing her job, as she is claiming anyway. I'm just going to kind of bite my lip on that one. No, she's doing a wonderful job. I just needs to go fly her drone up beside the cone and measure the height of the cone. If she goes over here and lifts up and just do a straight across measurement, and you'll see what how high the drone up is, and then we can see exactly how it is. Oh, love you too. We really do care, Yvonne, and all good. Anyway, a little bit of fun there. And so, yeah, what's this thing been up to? Well, it's stalling again. Why is it doing that? I wish it wouldn't do that. Anyway, while it's stalling, we'll just talk about this anyway. So, this pit here, of course, is getting dug deeper and deeper. And what's happening is, if we get a big rock or something falling out of the caldera area here and into the pit, and it tries to go through the lava tube, and if it happens to be big like this chunk here, it will block that lava tube for a little while. And of course then you get a backwash in this pond, and that really chews away at the walls of the pond and makes it bigger. And then we end up with outflow here on the sides and not so much flow coming through down the bottom. But once all the extra flow around the rock has managed to free it up a little bit, it pops through and comes out the other side, and that's what we're seeing here. And that one had created another phoenix, if you will, the pattern that was on the lava here, and it looked pretty cool. So very, very interesting. Loans Yvonne snout to Bob Dr. Fox. Oh no, I'm gonna get it. I'm in trouble now. All right, I'm sorry, Yvonne. I won't do it again till next time. Oh, anyway, yeah. By the way, I am feeling a little bit better. The air here in the apartment is a lot cleaner, and that is helping me. So my voice is a little better, and you know, the whole thing. So obviously that's doing a bit better. Plus, it's not quite as smoky out. Visibility is about 10 to 12 blocks right now, which is a heck of a lot further than what we had. So being able to see about a kilometer or a little bit more is always nice. Anyway, all good. Oh, the snout bopped. There we go. Air filters are a good investment. Yep, Sarah, that. It certainly is. It really does help clean things up. And it does clean the air in here, which is really important. So it makes it a little easier. Plus, it actually keeps it cooler in here too, because of that fan moving the air around continuously. So all good. Uh-oh, I'm getting incoming. Uh-oh, incoming. Let's see if I can save that. I think Piggy just sent me a portrait. What sent it to Dr. Fox? Okay. Oh, it's an Amelia's rough drawing. Amelia, did you try to do a portrait of Piggy there? I'm just wondering if that's what that was, because it does look kind of neat. There is a definite resemblance, but I don't know. Let's see. That is a pretty awesome drawing. A lava monster noodle. Okay, it's a lava monster. Amelia, did you make that? Wow, that is an awesome lava monster. Amelia isn't saying anything. Lava worker, yeah. A portrait of a Piggy. Well, that's at first that's what I thought it was supposed to be, but I guess it's a lava monster. It's not Piggy. Yeah, it's really, really cool. And Amelia, if you did that, you done awesome work. That does look really, really cool. So, be careful. That's so neat, Piggy. All right. Okay, let's leave it as that. And that lava monster, I don't know if that's I wouldn't want to meet that in an alley, put it that way. It's cool though. All right, that is very awesome. Let's carry on with our other stuff. So as far as flow rate, I think Yvonne was saying it's somewhere around 12 meters per second or cubic meters per second. No worries, Piggy. It's all good. All good. So I think that's it. But why he's looking mad, I gave him a hot dog. Uh-oh. Oh, maybe he wants more, Yvonne. That could be the problem. Dr. Fox, Piggy made that lava monster. Oh, Piggy made it? Piggy, did you make it? Wow. Okay, I'm trying to figure out who the heck made it. I'm getting confused messages here, or only partial messages. But I see Yvonne is giving more. LOL. Well, Google. Oh, well, Google. Yeah, I'm not gonna Google. I'm busy. I'm doing a show. Yvonne's got the right thing there for the lava monster. More hot dogs. That's the way to get to them. Feed them. Feed them. Google made it, a noodle. Okay, Google made it. All right, so I'm likely going to get a copyright strike. I'm kidding. We can always trim that out if there's some issue. Oh, yep, Iceland hot dogs. They are wonderful. What? I see a little hole with lava. Where? Where do you see the little hole with the lava? Up in the front? In this area? Is this what you're referring to? Right there, where the mouse is pointed? Right in that spot there, Tanto. That yeah, that's right at the front here, at the opening. Okay, so yeah, that little hole. If we switch the scene here for a minute and go to the other one, leave the hot dogs alone. They're for the workers. I want to see a Ragnar go into 4 days. See a Ragnar go in 4 days. Yeah. Yvonne, if that happens, I'll be just absolutely excited and ecstatic to be able to see that. Anyway, let's switch scenes here for a second. I want to look at the other one here and see if we can actually see into the crater area. And let's see if I can bring that one up. It's kind of hard to see right now, unfortunately. But if you look in this area here, where you can see the opening, wait till the clouds kind of disappear a little bit. You can see the level of the lava and that it is actually falling down. I'm going to see if I can zoom in on that a little bit, just with a digital zoom, and we'll see if that works. So let's try that. And yeah, you can see it right in there. You can see where that lava level is. So the level is right about here, and it's cascading downward. So it's built up a blockage at the beginning, or at the exit point here. It is building in height. You can see that lava fall from right up there, right? So the bottom area here is blocked underneath it, and that will likely wash out again, and we'll see that go down into the big pit. And this, of course, then will empty into the thing, or try to exit from the port here, washing away more rocks and stuff that are kind of holding everything back right now. And if the rocks on the bottom here aren't big enough, they're going to get washed down into the hole as well. And that is kind of what we foresee here with that scenario. So there you can see the rocks there, and then of course this is just pouring over top. So this is right beside the port or the opening, this little lava hole. And then of course this is that washout right at the beginning of the lava tube, and then this is the other side of the lava tube. And then you see the rocks, some of the larger ones like this one, still persisting here as it hasn't had enough flow to move it away. Very large rocks going through that tube, and they do get stuck, right? So then we have overflows. Pretty cool looking. So that is something, you know. And when you're looking at the lava level inside the caldera here, you see how high up it is. It's not really low. It's probably a third of the way in that cone from what we see from the bottom to the top, maybe even halfway. And where that blockade is, that's keeping that lava inside there, and it's churning away, of course. So hopefully we'll see some of that breaking up, and we'll be able to catch it when it does happen. We can't always be on this camera all the time looking, so keeping fingers crossed, we'll be able to catch the next break and overflow and watch it go through. So that'll be interesting. So yeah, flow rate's about the same as yesterday, and of course the beautiful lava flow definitely hasn't changed much. It does look like it's a little bit less right now. One of the things that's always an illusion is once it gets lighter outside, we are not able to see it as well as we could normally see it. Any thoughts on the erupting volcano in Alaska, Aleutian Islands, 7.2 quake there? We'll get at that in a minute there, Michael, but yeah, we do have a 7.2 quake up there, but I wasn't gonna touch on that just for a couple of minutes yet. Still working on updating on Iceland. Once we get done with that, then we'll talk about those ones. And yeah, 7.2 is a fair size quake there in the Aleutians, and it was accompanied by a whole bunch of extra ones, both before and after shocks, and the 4 to 5 magnitude area. So we'll have a look at that. Anyway, seeing what we've got going on here, this little guy, that's a little hole that's just kind of spurting out every once in a while, like a little tiny spritzer or a parasitic event that is getting some lava pushed onto the backside. This whole chunk in here, I'm still pretty sure it's going to break out at some point in time with the amount of vigorous agitation that's going on in there. It will likely push some of it out. It's a spritzer. A spritzer? Spritzer. Okay, back to you, Henry and Nelson. Okay, there we go. I'm just trying to keep up to what's going on in the chat. That's a little bit difficult sometimes, especially when the chat rate gets a little higher. Okay, so real quick peek we'll do at the all the volcanoes, or sorry, all the scenes that we can here. Just go through all of them and kind of give you a general idea of what we see. So obviously top left is that shot from Litihutter down into the caldera or a cone and the lava tube. It looks really nice. Top right, of course, over smoked, but that is the lava flow going into Meridalia, and it has done a nice job. It is definitely over top of both layers of lava in there and progressing. So very, very cool to see that. And then of course our bottom two shots, both left and right, two different camera companies, but definitely showing the side view of the cone and what's coming out of it. Now, looking at the side view, I wanted to make some comments here about the actual height of this thing. And when we use a comparison view as something that we got to realize, we need to look at the height of what's right beside it to get a better guesstimate. And if we look specifically this one over on the bottom left, you see the hill behind it. Well, that's a little too far away, so we look at the other one, and that is over on the bottom right, and you got little Litihuter there, and you wonder, okay, what's the size of that? 200 and some meters, and so this thing is certainly not any 70 meters in height. It's got to be a lot less. If this is only 270, would be halfway up almost, or a third of the way up, and this is not. So I'm gonna turn around and say this thing's probably 20 to 30 meters in height, and just looking at the comparison to what we've got around it. It's 22 meters. Thank you, Yvonne. 22 meters, so 66, 67 feet in height, and that makes a little more sense. And I'm sure that it is actually longer than 22 meters by looking at the inside of it from one end to the other. So Piggy throws in a 2-pound super chat. Dr. Fox, thank you, Dr. Fox, for everything you do and the info. You're very welcome, Piggy, and thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. That is awesome. And just want to write that on the right sheet here that I had and lost. Oh, darn it. Okay. Guess I'm starting a new one. Oh, hang on. I know where it went. Under my keyboard. It escaped me. I knew it was here somewhere. And let's get that written down. Piggy and 2 pounds. Awesome. Thank you, Piggy. 5-minute warning till break. Yep, awesome. Thanks, Tom. And yeah, so looking at the height as far as width and the length of that cone, that is still something to be desired. Anyway, let's pop around to some of the other views. I want to get onto that one here and remove that. There we go. That is the 360 cam view. You can see the cone. Well, you can't see it. It's too cloudy over there, but you can see it emitting the clouds and where it's going. And then, of course, over on the other side, because the sun's in the middle, we are not able to see any of that lava movement there. So I kind of leave the 360 alone. Next one, of course, up on top of the ridge. And then there's a Story Kruger right there. And you can see the plume of gases going along there, both on the side and up into the elevated areas of the sky. Yay! Anyway, nothing happening over at Ragnar yet, but Yvonne assures me that she's feeding the lava workers with as much hot dogs as possible to get them motivated. Linda Schoof, let's start a Congo line. Oh, wow, Linda. That is awesome. Linda Schoof. I'm just writing that down. Thank you very kindly for that $5 super chat. And got it written down. Also, thank you for the previous one on the stream before we reset things. And also a big thank you to Kathy from Hawaii for her wonderful super chat as well from earlier, and just wanted to make sure those came out. And thanks Piggy and Linda for the new ones here. Anyway, looking at it, and we see it's pretty safe up there, so no activity there. But we're hoping that the hot dogs will work and give us a temporary eruption out of Ragnar, even if it's just for a little while. Anyway, let's go to the next one. We've seen that one already. seen that one. Let's, while we're going through things, quick peek over here. This is Katla. Katla is buried under the ice. If we go back a few hours, I think we might be able to see it better. No, a cloud in the way in that one. Let's see, almost. I'm trying to jump around it. There we can see it. There's the top. So that is Katla with the ice caps over top of it. Unfortunately, it is not erupting. Of course, it's quite some distance from our new vent, so we won't worry about it. But lots of people out enjoying the day and having a wonderful time viewing things there. Let's go to the next shot. By the way, it looks pretty awesome there for, what is it? It's way in the evening, and I'm surprised so many people are enjoying the view. Next one, this one of course is on the Reykjanes Peninsula, very close to the lighthouse, and hopefully that is a little better. You can see that smoke plume going all the way out over the ocean, and that is pretty cool. And of course the steam geyser gives you a pretty good idea where you are. The power plant is just off to the left, and I'm not sure if that shadow down there, if that is a part of the lighthouse or not. I think that might be the lighthouse shadow. Not sure though, not sure. And let's put that away, and we'll go to the next one. This one up on, what is it, a Thorbjorn? If I got that right, a Thorbjorn. Anyway, Ragnar is out there. That's the top of Ragnar. Thorbjorn is, of course, just to the north of, south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. So that's what we're seeing there. And real quick look at the last one here, and that is Cape Lear, as seen from the Perlin Center, and you can see the eruption on the opposite side behind it with that smoke plume going up. They did get a lot of that moss fire over on this side under control, so a little left over there, and we have seen the helicopters dumping water in this area this morning. So they did their job to try to bring down the levels of possible wildfires. Okay, Yvonne Kunkel saying she's going to bed. Awesome, Yvonne. You get some sleep there. And I know you have very long days that you've been working. And I am going to go take a break here. It is that time, so I will leave you back on the volcano. Good night to Yvonne Kunkel, and what time is it? It's 8:30 there. It's too early for you to go to sleep, Yvonne. Maybe she's tired. See you tomorrow. Okay, good night, Yvonne. Take care. And all right, I'm gonna go for a break. I'll leave it here. Actually, I'll zoom that in just a tad. There you go, on the cone. And for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, here's your opportunity. Give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes or so, and then we'll carry on with the stream. We'll take a look at some earthquakes and some rumble charts, and maybe even move around a bit around the world and take a look at some SO2. Dr. Fox is 2 minutes late. Uh-oh, that Peggy is timing everything. I'm going. I'll be back. Maybe. If the Krakens don't get me. Hey, they're cleaning the carpets in the hallway. Now watch out, Krakens. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And wonderful to have a whole pile of you wonderful people in here. And thank you, Jane, Mary, and Tanto, and Mars 2028, and Wormhand, and Sue Hayes, and Piggy saying, "Welcome back, Daddy." Awesome. Thanks, Peggy, and JB, and Linda, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and Kirst, and Michael Olson also here, and DJ. Thank you, everyone. Roger is saying nice music, Doc. Thanks, appreciate that. And Amelia is here. Thank you, and Lucien also here. So, all right, I got everyone, and if I did miss you, I'm going to say welcome anyway. For those good people that are here, of course, we're doing our Sunday show from July 16th of 2023 of our wonderful Icelandic eruption. That is what our primary focus is, although we are still bouncing around to some of the other volcanoes around the world. So we'll continue to do that. Thanks, Henry, as well, and Non-Stick Nick also in the house. So good to have you all on board. Anyway, there was some questions about how to get to the volcano. Now, obviously, right now, because the area is technically closed off, I don't believe they're letting anyone in, although there have been some illegals doing their thing. But I'm sure that in the future they will open things back up for tourists to get in there. And anyway, I want to go and kind of give you a heads up as to how to do that safely and in a relatively decent flat surface area, so when you're hiking in, you can hike in without too much climbing. I mean, the climbing option is up to you, but the flatter ground is what I'm going to kind of give you that. You have a parachute into the volcano area. No, JB, you don't have to parachute in. Matter of fact, I think that's somewhat risky. But that would be a toasty landing if you got in the wrong spot. Thanks, Billy Bob Joe. Anyway, what you're seeing, of course, on the screen is our wonderful Rebbe cone in the Kobbi Fisher area. So that is what we're seeing. Too many rocks in the land area. Henry, but this is then nice part. Yeah, there are a lot of rocks depending on where you're walking. But I'm going to show you. They let you in. They just don't let you out again. Alex. That's it. That's they become sacrifices for the volcano, right, Alex? Oh boy. Anyway, I am going to show you the way to get in there. And typically, what I do is I show the earthquake map as a place of reference. Let's turn that off for a second. There we go. And of course, here you can see Grindavik. You're coming from wherever. If you're staying somewhere in Reykjavik, you come down Highway 426. You get on 427, and in Grindavik, that's right after you stop and get your hot dogs here at the station. And you make sure you stop at the N1 station, get your hot dog and your cookies and ice cream before you go. Okay, and that is important. You got to stop there first, and then of course you're going to head down the road here, 427. Make sure you take the right turn here. Don't mess up at the Y. You do have an opportunity to correct yourself if you mess up, but this is the way you want to go. Anyway, I'm talking from experience. Anyway, you go down that highway and you keep going around. You'll see some areas where they're working with some lava. There's some extra trails, but as you're going through, you'll get to, I think this is where this is the mine area. Once you pass that mine area, you're coming up on a little bit of a hill, then you come downhill, and you get to this area around the hill, and there's parking lot area number 1, is this one. I'm going to switch to the other map. So from this parking lot hill area, we're going to switch to this map because it actually shows it. And there it is. So there's your parking lot area number 1. You can park there, but it's a long hike if you're parking there. What I would do is I would drive down the road a little bit further, and I would go to this parking lot. You go down here and you end up parking in this area. And I don't know if they're opening this up or not, but there is usually enough parking here that you can get there without any issues. And you can follow this trail if you want something easier to walk on. This would be a trail to make your life a whole bunch better. You can gain some elevation over here if you like, and then you can wander along this area, of course, going this way, and you can end up by Storehütte. Or what I would do is go the other way down the road here if you want a really easy hike. And I know it's not as scenic, but you can go down the road and follow that through, and that is probably your better bet. And once you get to this point here, there is the area where you were going to exit out of Meridalia from our last lava flow. The new lava flow is actually up to about here now already, so it's pushing in over top of these older flows. But this is where you could have a peek and see the lava flow front. And then if you can carry on down the path here, and you can come around the side and you can get over here. Once you get up on some high ground, the eruption should be, where is it? It should be up here in this area. In this area. So it is quite a hike in. You can even keep going a little bit further here, and I don't know if there's a way up onto the hill, if there's some other trails in there, but that would be your easiest path to go in there, is from that second or a third parking lot, whatever they call this area here. But that is what I would do, and I have parked over here before, and it did work out to be able to go up. And of course I went up onto the ridge, and that is a pretty good climb, so you better be in good shape. So that's kind of what we did there. So hopefully that makes it's about a 2-hour hike roughly. Well, if you take the low flat road, it's not so bad over on the side there, and that wouldn't be quite as bad as going climbing up on any of the other stuff. And if that's what you're doing, you're probably a little longer distance as far as travel, but it's a lot easier and a lot smoother, and hopefully that'll get you there. And you know, coming back, the same thing, you're not going to be climbing mountains, so that makes it a little bit easier. And yes, it's going to be about 6.5, 7 kilometers in, depending on how far you want to go. And if you want to go all the way up to Kaylir, of course, that's another observation point that you could actually go to. So if you hike those trails all the way down and go up on Kaylir, then you'll be looking back at the volcano here. And I'm sure they're not going to block you off from going to Kaylir, so you would be able to get a shot. And your little cone is sitting right in this area. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight as to how to get there. And I hope that works for you guys if you are heading in there. And it's a beautiful place. I like it. You know, if you have a bicycle, I'm more of a mountain, mountain a boat, more than a mountain goat. Oh, Alex, would you recommend taking a like a off-road style bicycle along there? Like, would that work? You know, if you're going down that trail, where were we here? Down this road here. That's good enough for a bicycle from what I recall. I seen Gutentag had his bike on there before, so where's the leading edge of the flow now? I'm working about if there's a hike in from Kayleer car park. Oh, I didn't know there's a car park over at Kayleer. And Mars is asking about where the flow front is. Mars, we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, let's not worry about, careful with what we're calling other people there, Lucien. Dr. Fox not being on that trail, sorry, only being on the hard route over the top. Yeah. But I'm assuming, because they drive vehicles on here, right? So I'm assuming that would be good enough if they can drive a car on there. Most of the rocks have been cleared and stuff like that. And I would think that you would be able to ride a bicycle in like an off-road style bicycle and be able to get over to where you wanted to go. And it's still quite a ways. So the only thing that I would have a concern here is if you're going too late, I think you may end up in trouble in this area if you're coming up that road, because what can happen here is this is a little lower, that lava flow could come this way, and if it does, it could block this area off and start flowing out, and then you got other issues. Then you have to go back around and go up the other trail here and hope that it doesn't come out here as well. So just things to consider, you guys. Couple of kilometers east of Kayleer. Let's go and take a look at Kayleer. East of Kayleer. Is it somewhere here? There's a road in there. I'm wondering if there's... I don't see... okay, a car park. Would it be around here somewhere, guys, for that car park? Drones have made a big W of that this year. Yep. Okay, so somewhere over in here, I'm assuming, would be some kind of a car park. It looks like, there's a parking area there. Sioux Yellow Trail on the bend. Yeah, the yellow trail is your walking trail. The spotted one here is your driving trail, and there is parking right there. So I'm assuming that's what they refer to, and then you can walk back over to Kayleer and get onto that trail and go around and do its thing. That one as well, maybe. Okay, cool. There's another one somewhere. Just wondering where they may be hiding it. I don't see it offhand, so I guess, a guy could almost park anywhere along that roadway as long as you're not messing anything up. Is this a car park? Looks like a no man's car park. I'd be careful parking there. But anyway, yeah, so, and that's not very far away from Kayleer. But yeah, if you can stay on the trails, they may be a little bit better, and that might be awesome. Thanks, Tom. There are walking trails meets the driveway. where the walking trail meets the driveway. The one over here, I zoomed out so I don't see it. Kaleer, where the walking trail meets the driveway. And that would be here. I see there's somebody parked there. So in that area perhaps. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool too. Good night all. Stay safe and have a good week. Awesome, Tom. You take care and enjoy your stay in Rome. Yep, there. Okay, it looks good. So, yeah, that is a possibility. People could go to that point as well and park there. The other one that we spotted could be a little bit more of a jaunt. But that gets you right to the trailhead, and you can wander on into Kaleer and get some height there and be able to see if that's the way you want to go. And again, the eruption is right in this area here by Litihurter. Sorry. I'm trying to do my best to get that Icelandic right. That's a tough language. Anyway, let's go to the other thing that somebody was looking for, and that was the trailhead. Unfortunately, or sorry, the lava front. Unfortunately, we cannot see what it's doing. That is our picture right now. Very, very smoky. That is Meritalia Valley back there, believe it or not. And the lava front is right in here. And I can't see a darn thing. So, unfortunately, Hruter, Alex Hruter, got it. Hruter, thank you. I know it's tough. That's it. Yeah, Hruter, Liti Hruter. At least it's not as bad as Geldingadarler or Eyjafjallajökull or something like that. Anyway, okay, a little bit of fun there, but yeah, that is a hard to see view, unfortunately. So Mars, I think you were the one asking. We are not going to be able to give accurate information there. Just looking at what we've got, unfortunately. And looking at these other shots, you can see that smoke is quite intense right now, and that is what's going on and happening. We're looking at just about being at the break here, so let's put this on for right now. Real quick, a shot I was trying to find. Where are we here? Oh, okay, I can do it in that one. I'm going to try to get on a couple of those reports here that we had, specifically the one from Frageralfjall, so we can get that one out of the way. If there was one from today, I thought there was. No, there's an Etna, Bagana, and Mayon, and the volcano report. Okay, so I guess we didn't have one for here for today. Maybe I have that confused with some of the other emails. All right, I will leave that be then, and we'll leave it on here. Love that view. Just a quick peek from a little bit of a distance. You can see those shadowy areas there. And here, this one, of course, is turned into quite a little pit because of the flow getting blocked and then overspilling and getting washed out again. I'm removing a bunch of that material and pushing it downstream here in the lava river. The river is flowing. You do see one of these big rocks that did pass through that lava tube and blocked it for a while. So that's what it does. Dangle, router. Dongle, a router. They name everything after computer parts. What? Dingle, dangle, and a fraggle rock. Okay. Router and router. All right, let's leave it there. I'm going to put it back on the closer up view for you, and hopefully that will work. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you like the information and the format, and you're happy with the show and you feel we've earned it, then by all means give it a bop. And don't forget to hit the bell notification, that'd be cool too. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes, and we'll have some bacon seeds after that. And then we'll get into some of the other stuff. We'll have a look at our volcano again, of course, and get back into some of the other worldly events, like that 7.2 earthquake up in the Aleutian Islands. And don't go away. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. And welcome back, everyone. And Roxy throws in a wonderful super chat saying, hope breathing is better. It certainly is, Roxy. Very much so improved. The air purifier certainly is doing a wonderful job helping out a whole bunch. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and Kevin and Wormhand and Jane and JB and Tanto and Kirst and Hermione and Fluffy and I Hear You from Sharon Stewart and Bill as well as J-Sal. Thank you, everyone, and that is all awesome. So, hey, let's carry on, and I forgot what I was going to do next here. I was going to show you something right before bacon seeds, but hey, never mind. Let's just get at the bacon seeds. So, thank you very kindly, Roxy. I do appreciate that wonderful super chat. And let's go over, take a look. Hey, lava lovers, I hope you're all having fun and enjoying the show. Yeah, that 7.2 earthquake. Let's actually look at that for a second and just to give you a little bit of an idea of where that is, and then we will go over to our bacon seeds right after that. That's actually what I was going to look at, and to give you a pretty good idea of where it is. There it is out in the Aleutian Islands, off the coast a little bit. And it is 7.2. There is no tsunami associated with that. It happened at 48 minutes after midnight, our time, of course, and that was at 32.6 kilometers down. And they have had multiple other quakes there since, from 51 minutes after midnight, that 5.7. Kate, thank you for that wonderful super chat. And just I'm going to write that down real quick here. Kate, Chris, and we'll get the 9.99 on there. Thank you very kindly, Kate, and you are most welcome, and thank you. Anyway, 5.7 from 49.5 clicks down. Then the other ones we had a 4.4, a 4.2, a 4.0. And multiple other quakes, 3.9, 4.7, one a little further away, 3.8. So that definitely will be affecting that area. The larger one would have affected probably quite a distance around there, so anyone in that area would have felt it, although there's not a heck of a lot of population up there. So just to make sure that everyone does understand that that is happening. Now, I don't know where that Sheldon volcano is, so I'm going to actually bring up the volcano map here real quick. Let's get rid of some of this advertising, and we'll make those hide, and we'll go up here and look, and is that Sheldon? So there's the location of the quake, and there is Sheldon right there. So that's within the 7.2 zone. They would have felt it shaking there for sure, but that is not that close. That's still, what do we got? 50, 100, 200 and plus kilometers away, 220, 250. So that's quite a distance away, but they would have felt it there. So interesting enough to see. And I don't think that quake would have directly affected what's happening underneath here. That would be kind of a different area here with that subduction. So you think Pavlov is closer? Let me turn on the other ones here. And where's a Pavlov? There's a Pavlov here. And yeah, to Pavlov from there to there, yeah, that would have been a little bit on the closer side. Definitely, some of these other ones, Dutton is also closer, and then there's Emmons, Pavlov, sister volcano, and Dana or Dana volcano. So all of these, I'm sure the whole area rocked though, because 7.2, that's a pretty hefty quake. And oh, hang on, is that another one? Did they just have a second quake there? I'm wondering if that is two quakes, because they're showing a 7.4. Let's see. Can't tell because of what it is, because that's such a thick ring around it. They're calling it a 7.4. I don't think there's a second one there, but it is an awful thick ring for, it almost looks doubled up. And I'm wondering if they did have another quake. Let's just take a look at this one. I don't think they did, but they're calling it a 7.2 on this map. So, in comparison. Anyway, that gives you a little bit of an idea where that stuff is up there. So that is okay. You can't. Apologies, I can't read the screen. Hope that is okay, Amelia. I'm not sure. What was the depth? Oh, okay. Let's do that again. 32.6 kilometers on that one. And then the aftershocks, some of them were up to 49, 40, 34. So just to give you a general idea, 35 kilometers down. So the main quake, 32.6 clicks down, and the rest slightly deeper than that, but not by much, up to about 10 kilometers or so further down there, Amelia. Hopefully that helped out. Awesome reporting, Dr. Fox. Thank you for all your hard work. You're welcome. And that is all good. So let's leave that be for right now. I just wanted to touch on that. And let's go take a look at the bacon seeds. And of course, this is the last one from yesterday. And Piggy has worked hard, and she's gotten us some more. And let's see what she sent us for today. And here's the first one. It says, "My mom is so grateful." What? Yeah, is so ungrateful. Oh, sorry. I was only going to get my own breakfast. The other stuff was in the way. Oh, darn, Piggy, that happens. I guess getting your own breakfast, you have to do what you gotta do. Sometimes as those trotters just don't work as well as snout bopping. Anyway, let's go to the next one. All right, what's this one? I don't appreciate the imposter. All right, which one is the real pig here? There seems to be an imposter. I don't know if you guys can figure that one out. I don't know who said that statement, but one of them is a real pig, the other one is not. Figure that out. I'll leave that in your thoughts. Yeah, anyway, yeah, one's an imposter. Anyway, let's leave that be. All right, what's this next one? I feel sorry for those who don't have a pig. I hear they have to pick up, or they have to bend down and pick up any food they drop. Obviously, I wouldn't know anything about that, is what this pig said. Okay. Gotta love it, you guys, and that is awesome. Something definitely not right here. What happened to Mars? Being a hog. Yeah, I guess. And look at this little guy. He's in a square cage. He's got to get out of there. He wants out. He's saying, somebody let me out of here. I'm in jail. I need to get out. If that was Piggy, she should be using her crutches. But I hope she's not. Anyway, next one. Let's see what we got. There we go. Another one stuck in a kind of a jail. This one looks like though he's ready to make his escape. He's up there on the edge, ready to snap off the camera, and he'll get out on the way when pigs climb. Yeah, they can climb. They know how. They're smart. And let's get to the next one. Actually, speaking of smart, I do have to tell you the quick story when I had my house in Millwoods. Of course, we were building the garage. So a friend of mine and I, we were up on the roof. We were shingling the roof. The ladder, of course, was propped up on the side of the roof. And all of a sudden, I'm working away there, pounding nails in, and all of a sudden I feel my dog Radar sniffing at me. Well, she climbed up the ladder herself and got up on the roof. But to get her to climb down the ladder is a no-go. So I just thought it was hilarious. And of course, her being a 100-pound dog at the time, it wasn't so easy to bring her back down. It took a little bit of grunting and groaning. Anyway, next bacon seed, and that was a little one being held. And that is beautiful, and I gotta love that. Not hearing sound. Somebody tell Alan to refresh. Anyway, let's see, and what else we got? This one here. It says, I think having a pig in your life makes you a better human. Uh-oh. Well, it looks like they've got 2 pigs in their lives. It's either that or one of them is pretending to be a human here. I am not sure what they're trying to get at. And that is kind of neat. Sound is up. Okay, and did he refresh? Does that mean it's working, or did he refresh? Next bacon seed is, quiet. This one's sleeping, and he looks like he's liking being cuddled and sleeping. Are you using a phone or a desktop? That's a good question. I'm using a desktop. I know, it wasn't for me. All right, the second last bacon seed for today is this one with a little piggy in a blanket ready to snout pop. Dr. Fox, do you have lava cookie pictures I emailed you? Oh yeah, I have to find those, and we'll get those up there for you. We'll do that. Okay, let's get to the last bacon seed. And that is this little cutie, and another one stuck in a basket. Boy, they're all incarcerated today. This is our last lovely little bacon seed for today, and might find a cute little guy at that. So that is pretty awesome. Okay, I'm hunting for Mars. Where is that? A cookie, a picture, and Mars, you have to excuse me. I've been bombarded with so many emails of the last little while here. It was not easy. Okay, let's see if we can do that. I think I've got it saved. All right. And we'll see if we can get it on the screen and have a look there. Just going down here and going to load it as soon as I find it. Where did it go? There we go. Alright, that writing is awful small, so I'm not sure what it actually says. It says, okay, return of the lava cookies. The Fragile volcano in Iceland has begun a 3rd eruption in 3 years. The eruption has, produced a long lava flow and a significant amount of volcanic gas. Fortunately, the eruption is occurring in a remote area and no homes are currently threatened, and I'm having a hard time reading the rest of that. To celebrate this exciting geological event, please some lava cookies. Okay, so, and which one will with a live stream of the eruption? Oh, okay. Allergy warning, contains wheat and soy. Right. Well, if there's wheat and soy and crunchy things, that is what we got. That is awesome there, and neat to see you handing those out there, Mars 2028. Awesome, and thanks for sharing that. Pretty cool. Okay, so let's get to where we wanted to go next. We kind of wanted to look at what's going on our harmonic tremor charts. Really not that much activity there, and also not very much as far as, I'm going to refresh that screen, by the way, as far as quakes or anything like that. Anyway, looking at what we see, I'm using the Grindavik chart here. Grindavik is to the southeast, southwest, of Frangadalfjall, our area that is erupting. And of course, the sensor at Frangadalfjall has been removed, otherwise it would have been run over by lava. So they are still locating a safe place to reinstall said device, and hopefully they'll find one soon, right after they kind of figure out where that lava is going to end up, and they want to make sure they pick a good spot where they don't have to worry about it. I tease, go to the Rumblees, Rumblee. Yeah, anyway, that is, we see on the Grindavik one here, so we had the magmatic going up a little bit, holding steady, and then started to drop off a little bit and kind of leveled out. It's almost the same, well, a little bit less with your seismicity, and definitely on a slight upswing for our tectonic movement. We are seeing some spikes in here though, so likely some 3 little quakes or something in the area. We'll take a look at those right away. The other one we want to have a quick peek at, of course, is the Krusavik one, and that is to the northeast of Frangadalfjall, very close. One is on one side, the other one is right next to it on the other side. We do see 3 quakes in here as well. Looks like our magmatic did a downward trip here and stayed steady. Seismicity pretty steady all the way through. And again, a slight uptake in our tectonic movement. So likely about the same. We'll probably see about the same for our Frangadalfjall area. Dr. Fox, people at work have been asking me when the next volcano is going off. Ever seen? I guess ever since I brought lava cookies for the Mauna Loa eruption. Cool. Well, then you've got that one happening. Are you going to do cookies for Shisheldon? Just wondering there, Mars, and that is pretty cool. Anyway, that is the chart for Krusavik, and I will leave that one be. Let's just have a quick peek at the Askja one up top here. This is the one for Askja, and we do see a steady increase in magmatic activity and kind of a choppy up and down, but an increase with our seismicity as well as tectonics going all the way up. So, wow, moving upward. and some quakes in the area. So I'm wondering if we got something happening there as well. Nice to see that, and hopefully we don't get too much extra action, and I don't want it stopping our other volcano, of course. And that would be a Rebbe shutting down would not be a good thing right now. We want to see it go for a while, like about 100 years. I'm not kidding. I don't know if it's going to go that long. Anyway, that is what we've got on those charts. So that is pretty cool. And we'll leave it, I guess. Well, I was going to typically leave it on Fragile Field, but they haven't fixed that, so not much we can do. And there's where they left off, and it was removed, and it's been a flatliner ever since. And good night, Dr. Fox and everyone. Adele, you take care, sleep well, and we'll see you in tomorrow's show, we hope, if we can. I know it's on late, so today is Sunday, of course. Tomorrow is Monday, so we'll be back to regular time. Removed nothing. Who removed nothing? They didn't remove it. It just was never there. That is what we got. They moved it. They removed because it was going to get run over by lava, and they are going to reinstall it eventually. And we'll find out where it is once they do get things happening, and we'll likely see them update the map. And that cleared a whole bunch, and there you can see the lava flow, the flow front being right along in here. It's actually gotten out a little bit further around the corner here, but that is your flow front in here. And this is all new fresh lava that is going into Meridalia. So it's buried the old stuff from the first flow, which was from Ragnar, that had come all the way down here and washed into that area. And then, of course, the second flow from Meridalia itself, from the Siggy Fissure, is now being run over by this new lava coming in from the northern part. It's what I wanted to say this afternoon. Oh, okay. No worries. So yeah, we do definitely, now that we can see this a little bit better, we can definitely see there's a huge amount of material moved in, and it is going to continue. Now, what I'm wondering about is, where is it going to start piling up? Is it going to happen here at the corner, or are we not going to even worry about it piling up, and we'll start to see it exit out that side vent area where I mentioned earlier? And we can go back to the other map and actually look at that. Hang on, let me get, I'm on the wrong screens here. Let me get to the other map, and we'll take a look at it if we zoom in here. So what I'm referring to is the area in here. So looking at this right now, so I'm going to get my crayons working. So the lava has pushed in, and let's see if I can get on there. Oop, wrong place. Don't color there. The lava front is somewhere around here, and that's filled that area up, and it's all coming in this direction. Okay, so obviously we've got a lower point down here at this corner, so we're going to see flow into that area first, and once this fills up and starts, it'll end up piling up here a little bit. Once that fills up and kind of along this ridge, I think what's going to happen is we're going to see it pile up in here and then exit out of here. And whether it's going to go this way or this way is going to be up to the lava itself. It's kind of how viscous is it, how easily will it move, and is it being pushed. So that is going to be your exit point right in here once it does leave. Otherwise, it's going to, if it does push up a little bit more, it may push to that point. That's a very, very high material over here in the corner. So it'll only get here and then it'll end up piling up. It may just end up piling up here a bit and forcing that lava to head for the eastern exit. So hopefully that is what we got. Is somebody getting the pop it out again? I got to get back to work. I got to get on a break. Boy, I'm in trouble. Piggy has got, she's licking the crayons. It's a good thing I had crayons. I distracted her. Okay, it's a break time. All right, I'm going to go for that break, you guys. So don't go away. Lots more to come. And, of course, a beautiful view of that volcano right now. That, of course, is a Rebbe. And Rebbe is the name of the cone. The fissure that it is in is a Kobbi fissure. And we love what we're looking at. All right, crayons and Kool-Aid. Okay, I'm going to go on a break. Don't go away, more to come, and here's some music. If you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to get out of here before I get bit. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX on live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Tanto and Mars and JB and Layla. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Welcome back, Lavely and DrFox2000 from Piggy. And thanks there. Henry and Amelia and Sharon saying woo. Okay, all right, got y'all. And yep, of course, and what we're seeing on here is the wonderful Rebbe volcano or Rebbe cone. Thanks, Colin. Anyway, the Rebbe cone doing its thing. Some people are saying, well, Yvonne mentioned there is a crack visible on the volcano. I want to remind everyone we've had multiple cracks that we could see on Ragnar, and some of those cracks would never do anything. Sometimes it would take a long time to do anything at all. Anyway, trying to get in the right spot here so we can show the hamster. I want to point at things. And hang on, that didn't work. Hamster, how come you're not pointing at things? There we go, now it turned on. And let's get onto the right screen here to be able to do that with this one. So right in that spot you see obviously some smoke coming right through the wall. And of course you got to understand this tephra material, or the lava, as it comes out, spatters on the side of the cone. It doesn't always form a smooth concrete like vibrated shut type scenario. There are bubbles in there, and there are air pockets and all kinds of other voids, if you will, from rocks and what have you. And that is likely what's happened in this area as it formed, and it allows some of that smoke to come out. Is that a weak point? Possibly. Will it break there? Probably not. And there's other things. If you're looking here, you can see a crack in here. So this corner here may be susceptible to a breakage real quick. Otherwise, some other cracks on the other side. Now I want you to look at this so you see if the volcano for that wall, you can see the slope on it, and there's the bottom of it, so that's quite a bit of a slope. So if it does break off on the inside here a little bit, it can afford to lose a few meters and not really, oh, there it goes, speak of the devil. And that pretty quick for that to go in there. There you can see the big lumps going down into the pit, and they'll get washed into the lava tube and close things off a little bit. So pretty awesome to see that. So yeah, some of those cracks will allow it to break, others will not, depending on how well or solidified that material has become. And what I'm getting at is you take a look at the distance here from the inside of the volcano out to the edge, very, very thick. Same thing with over on this side here. Although you see what appears to be a crack in here, it may not affect it. That may just be a spot where some material rolled down and it just looks that way. So kind of hard to say, but we'll see what happens with this now. I'm going to actually zoom out. We'll see if that flow decreased in here, and right now it's still a little bit hard to say. If we zoom in a little bit, it isn't moving that fast, so that may have plugged up the pipe. We'll see what happens in a minute or two. If we start to see it overflowing up here, that'll be a good indicator. So let's keep an eye on it for a few minutes. Yeah, that was actually good timing there, Mars. And you know, these other places where it cracks, I'm not going to worry about those so much. You do see some areas that are a little bit thinner up at the top here, and yes, those are susceptible to collapse as well. So that is kind of interesting to see that. That's not a crack. It's a path to the top of the cone. Well, it could be. We never know. The top of the cone. Well, it fell in, whatever it was, and of course I don't know how much it's blocking here, but it doesn't look like we're getting that much flow out of here. If we go look at one of the other views, let me get to the right one, and I'm hoping it's not so smoky, and that is this view here. Whoop, and let's turn the other one back on. No, that's not that view. Where am I? I'm looking at the wrong one. How about this one? No, it's not that one either. I think I found it. All right, too many of these views. There you can see that lava. It's cascading down, so it's blocked out very, very high at the top here. We're going to see that pop out. That's going to blast out of there. It's stopping the lava, so that caldera has basically sealed itself up for right now, and we're going to see a big gush come out of there once that volume gets to the point where that rock area here will no longer be able to hold it back. Too much pressure on it, and it'll come gushing out of there, and that should happen fairly quickly. But again, looking at it from the other side, we get a little bit of a closer view. We know it's trapping the lava. You can see the lava, the height. You see how much it's splashing out right now. That lava, because it's all trapped in here, as it fills up that cone, it's going to start going over the edges. And there you go. You see the bigger amounts. That pool is rising, you bet. That's because the door is blocked off. That's why it's rising. And we're going to see that gush out of there in a second. There's some stuff falling down now, and I think it's starting there now, or some of it coming over top. But it will eventually push that back out, and we'll see this whole area flat out once again, because I'm sure whatever is holding it back here is going to get washed right into the path of the thing here. So yeah, you can start to see some of that stuff popping out and dropping into the hole. Pretty cool to see this, and that cone is just about completely full. This is kind of a pressure test for the cone. There it goes. It's starting to push. You see that big rock right in here? You can see that right there. Keep an eye on that. It's starting to work its way through. We're going to see it fall. There we go. Now it's going to gush. And there she goes. Yay! And into the big hole. And that is awesome. And now we're going to see that flow, and we'll see this whole area flood out, because I'm sure that was too big for the lava tube to handle. And we'll see what happens. And let's just zoom out a little bit here for a second. You do see the increase here, so it may not have been big enough to block the tube. We'll see, but I am starting to see lava pile up here. The flow has increased here. You can see some of the rocks already coming out in there. You can see the rocks here, and of course the increased flow on this side. The level is higher. So as everything gushes out of there, we'll see some more bigger chunks come out over on this end. I gotta get myself on the right screen here, so my mouse is in the right place. There's another boulder coming through, and it'll be good. You do see it building up, though. Definitely a higher level of lava in there. I came back just in time for the big show. Yep, it is. Watching that breakout was pretty awesome. There's still quite a bit of material sitting in front of that, though, so we're likely going to see more of that breakout. See, there's one of the big rocks there. You can see it. It was just popped out there on the side, and that was in the tube, and that has now been pushed through. So that is one of the chunks right there, and that was pretty awesome to see that pop out of there. and it's kind of restricted this area here, but I'm sure we'll get enough of a lava surge that will roll down a little bit more, and looks like it's kind of trying to do that now. Let's take a look at, if we zoom in on that, not that one, I wanted this other one here. And yeah, that actually has moved, that boulder. I don't know where it went. It's gone somewhere here. It's hidden itself. It was ashamed. It's either that or it broke up. No, there it is. It's moving. You can see it right there. That is it right there. It's slowly tumbling down the lava river. So pretty cool. And that has opened up most of that, so that's pretty awesome. Let's take a look at the other end here. That has cleared up quite a bit. Now, obviously, it looks like it's coming out at a lower level in here, and we can see the lava level has decreased within the crater, but it certainly is very, very active still. Let's look at it from the other angle real quick and have a peek at that. Yeah, it is still, you know, when you're looking at that in there, it is still coming at a very high place here where it's rolling down. So there's still blockage in there, and that is keeping a certain level of lava within that crater, and that is kind of neat. Hopefully that'll get washed through as well. Let's go back to the other one just so we can see that. And yeah, there's you know, we see chunks moving through. There's some more rock that came through. If we zoom out, we can see that. Let's turn that one off. There you can see another rock right there that washed through. So I'm not sure if that's the one that was hiding here on the edge or not, but it is definitely laying out there. So we'll likely see more of that material pushing through there. That's got to be a very, very large tube. You know, when you look at a rock this size, and from, of course, from this distance and the camera angle and everything, you know, you say, okay, that rock may be 2 meters long by 1 meter wide, or maybe is it 4 meters long by 2 meters wide, or something like that. Well, 2 meters wide is 6 feet, 4 meters long is 12 feet. That's a pretty big rock. You wouldn't want to have that dropping on your foot. And that is being washed through that lava tube. So what's that telling you? That tube has to be fairly large in size. Hello, Dr. Fox, or hello all. I'm eating dinner and watching the Dr. Fox show. Okay, and you're eating in front of us, Michael? Oh my God. Anyway, pick up aloha hugs. Kathy, welcome back, and good to see you. So, yeah, some interesting stuff going on with the collapses and so on, and that is a beautiful view of our crater, and watching the material getting washed down and through. Like I said, there's still kind of a berm built up at the exit point here, which is causing the lava to cascade over top like a fall in that little cove that's kind of hiding there. But it is what it is, and of course Mother Nature will continue to grind away at that, and looks like the lava levels are moving back up again within that caldera or a crater, and that is pretty neat to see. So that may push out some more of that stuff. Anyway, you guys, it is break time again. Yeah, I see that, Sophie. Thank you. And I should go take that break. Dr. Fox, do you think the lava tube will collapse when the eruption ends? Not necessarily. That in this area here has got to be pretty thick. I'm thinking that's awesomely thick. You might see some more breakage in here, or if we go to the other view, from the other end, you might see it break back a little bit here, but you see how rough that is in there? There's a lot of lava sitting there. There's at least a couple of meters on top of that tube. So I don't know how thick it would be inside, but I'm going to guesstimate at least between 2 and 3 meters sitting on top. That's 6 to about 10 feet worth of lava that's cooled off already. So hard to say, really difficult to say. Anyway, I'm going to leave this on, and we'll get back after the break, you guys. Keep an eye on more of those collapses, and keep an eye on that exit point, because we'll see more gushing coming out of there as it breaks through, and we'll see the cone refill with some more magma, and of course more spatter happening and landing on the side of the volcano and the top edges, rebuilding the height. And this is actually excellent for building height of a volcano. Although you can see, if you look carefully along the edge here, you can see cracking in the top here. So we'll likely see, if on a big wave, we'll likely see things break off up here as well. I think a chunk just fell in on this side. So yeah, keep your eyes on it. It'll happen. Okay, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. Here comes some more music, and keep smiling. For those who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Going to be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Won the raid, and I'm back. Tom, true love, welcome, and glad that you're back. What is JB having? I had chips and sour cream for dinner. I'm single. Chips and sour cream. Huh. Interesting. Here's some music. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And this thing certainly is not disappointing us. It is just continuing to churn away. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Tanto. Merci beaucoup, Tanto. And Wonky Donkey. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And welcome back from Mars 2028 and Henry Nelson and JB. And David and Nickel and Toe is it Bradley? Bradley, yeah, it is Bradley. Thanks, Toe Bradley. Not so good here in Brussels. Oh, that's not good. And thank you, Ariane 6. Thank you. Yep, a fresh lava. You can't beat it. It is absolutely wonderful and gorgeous. And some of that spatter coming out of there, of course, really building up the edges of the cone. Although we know the exit point is the one that seems to have a lot of the breaks in it, probably because of just the way that stuff is formed and doing its thing. And, we do see that point right in here. This is, of course, the exit going down into a hole that it's washed out, and of course that then goes into a lava tube right there. And from this angle you don't see the exiting lava, but we do have one of the other angles that does show that. And there you can see the cascading lava coming out of there from a fairly high height, so you know that bottom portion is blocked. And this is kind of a water, or not a waterfall, but a lava fall coming out of the cone, and that is pretty awesome. But that is very susceptible to breakage as well. That's likely just a big rock or something that has dropped in, has gotten stuck there, and we'll see what happens in the future with it. Now, this whole thing, they're guesstimating it to be about 70 meters tall, somewhere around 210 feet or so. And that wouldn't surprise me. It might be a little taller in the back end here, maybe 220 meters, but who knows? Without standing there and measuring it yourself, it's kind of hard to say. But that is what we've got going on. And let's get it back to the other shot here. And just in time to watch another collapse. And we seen that drop in. I wish I would have been there half a second earlier. We seen that a big chunk come off of this area and fall in. And that was pretty neat. Let's do this, and we'll back up a little bit more. So yeah, there, we're gone back about 30 seconds. Watch this area here, and you'll see that just whole area cave in. Whoosh, in it goes. And that is how it works. So that will then end up trying to wash out the hole here, and that may be the catalyst we needed to push that material forward. I'm putting it back to a live view. Then we'll see anything else drop back in there. Now, if it plugs up the hole here, of course, we're going to see the lava level rise within that caldera. We'll see a lot more splashing outward, and then we'll see a breakout once again. So I'll let you guys watch that and continue to keep an eye on it. And what I am going to do is I am going to attempt to read the volcano report while not being glued to this. Now, obviously, there's a few that we haven't talked about or got reports on yet, but we'll get to those in a few minutes here. And for right now, we'll just keep watching this, because that is pretty awesome to see the collapses and things like that. Always interests me, so I think it's kind of neat to watch that dropping in there. Anyway, a volcano report for today, and this is for late Thursday's volcanic activity. We had 5 volcanoes on the list. First one was Piton de la Fournaise, and that was from yesterday at 18:28. That is a report. We'll look at it separately. Next one was Ibiko on Paramashir Island, up in the Kuril Island, Russian area, south of the Kamchatka Peninsula. It's another report. We will look at that separately. Villarrica, Central America, or Central Chile, I should say. See a separate email report from 1928 yesterday. We'll look at that right away too. And next one on the list is Popocatépetl in Mexico, ongoing volcanic ash emissions emissions, remnant volcanic ash to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 1945 last night. Mayon on Luzon Islands in the Philippines, eruption at cloud, height unknown, reported at 20:30 last night. And let's say that's it for yesterday. We'll get to those reports though in a few minutes. Next we want to look at Friday's activity. We had 11 on the list. And Reventador in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 14,500 feet, or 4,400 meters, reported at 15 minutes after midnight. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 1:30 in the morning. Semeru, East Java, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1:45 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, continuing ash emissions to 21. You're reading? Am I reading the wrong one? Oh boy. Thanks for pointing that out. I am reading the wrong one. Thank you for making sure that I'm reading the right one. Oh, how about that? That works a whole bunch better. Okay, ignore everything I just said. I thought that looked a little familiar. Thanks, Sue, for pointing that out. And I was a day or two behind, and that's what happens when you have millions of emails coming in. All right, so last night's stuff, we had one. Sangay in Ecuador, and that happened. Continuous volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters from 2:45. There, yesterday is done, and now we got 9 volcanoes for today, and we'll look at those. And let's see, Sunday's volcano activity. All right, yes, a correct report. Awesome. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. We had this one, 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 1 a.m. And same height again, reported at 7:45 this morning. Mayon on Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption of volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 1:45 a.m. There's a separate email for that one. Report, we'll get to it. Eruption of volcanic cloud, unknown height. Reported at 14:15 this afternoon, or at their 14:15. Sakurajima in Japan erupted at 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 2:30 in the morning, and then that's 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, and then it says exploded to 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters, reported at 14:45. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters at 2:30 this morning, and light volcanic ash emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 13:15. And there's a report on Etna in Sicily, separate report from 4:14 a.m. Bagana on Bougainville Island, Papua New Guinea, also a separate report. We'll look at that. Sabancaya in Peru, unable to detect, reported at 5 a.m. And Shishalden in the Aleutian Islands, low level volcanic ash detection by AVO. and a weather satellite to 12,000 feet or 3,700 meters reported at 6 a.m. No information provided at 12:15. Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions possibly to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, and that was reported at 9:15. So those are those reports. Let's see if we can quickly snoop at a couple of the other ones, and I'm just wondering where we can actually do that. I'm clicked in on this channel. Yeah, might as well do it right over top of this. Let's see if we get the right one. So Mount Etna, let's see what that one's got to say for us. So Mount Etna in Sicily, and let me get to the right screen here and slide down a little bit. Okay, so this is not going to work. Let me reduce that. There we go. That'll work. All right, Etna volcano, Sicily, Italy. Small eruption from the southeast crater, and there you can see the thermal from there, and it definitely popped a little bit, and that came in at 1841 yesterday, or 2 days ago actually, is when that happened. So, and that is a bug. All right, what is it? Ricata Island. I don't want that bug on me. Thank you. Flinders throws in a 5-pound super chat. Thank you, Flinders. Flinders, appreciate that support. Flinders L, and awesome. There we go. 5 pounds. Do appreciate that. Thank you very kindly. This one doesn't say which volcano this is, but I am betting this is either it's, well, I wonder. I got to be careful. May not be a Krakatoa. And that may be another one that we've looked at before and got confused with. I'm wondering if that's Manam. I think it's Manam. Okay, and let's leave it at that. Let's go take a quick look here. The explosive eruption of the volcano continues. Minor strombolian type explosion occurred from the southeast vent, southeast crater on the 14th of July at 1841. Ash emissions were dispersed into the atmosphere. So that is our Sicilian one. And next report that I had that we wanted to look at is Bagana, and we'll take a look at that one really quickly, and let's see if we can spot what's going on here. So I have to get my screens right here. Every time I open an email, it starts a little bit different. Anyway, Bagana volcano, Papua New Guinea, a strong eruption sent ash up to 16,500 feet. And let's see what it says here. It's being a little hesitant for me. So new eruptive sequence at the volcano commenced over the past few weeks. The VAAC Darwin detected ash emissions from its crater that arose to an altitude of about 10,000 feet, 3,000 meters on June 10th, 8,000 feet on July 28th, or sorry, June 28th. So on the 14th of June, approximately 2150 UTC, a powerful eruption generated relatively tall ash column, sending ash and CO2 concentrations to a height of 54,000 feet. And we've seen that. Let's see what this video here kind of looks like. Of course, we'll have to kill any audio, but I don't think there is any audio. Let's replay that again. You can see the bubble floating away there. So very heavy ash going out of that volcano. So that's what they've got going on there. And let's leave that one for Bagana. And that again is, what is the island called? It's Bougainville Island there in Papua New Guinea. There we go. We'll leave that one. We'll go to the next one. I know it's break time, and we'll get to that in a second. I just want to get the last report. That is on Mayon, and we'll get that one on the screen for you, and we'll go through that. So Mayon, Luzon Island, and that is in the Philippines. Luzon being the larger island out of the Philippines. Eruption continues with lava flows and pyroclastic and density currents. That is actually a very nice shot. Just a little bit, should crop the bottom off a little bit and make it a little bigger at the top, I think. And that would be a pretty nice view. Lava flows dominate the volcano is what it says. And it is a beautiful sight. If we go look at it on this one, we see it a little bit better, but nice to see. A beautiful sight. Yes, Henry, it's a break time. No significant change in the volcanoes activity current since the last update. Michael throws in, wow, Michael, thank you. Let me write that down. Michael, Weatherly, Weatherly, and there we go, a $10 super chat. Thank you very kindly for that, Michael. Anyway, so no significant change in the activity occurred since the last update. Two main event flows on the southern Maisai and southeastern Bonga ravine remain active, currently 2.8 kilometers or 1.4 kilometers long, respectively, I guess. And dome block avalanches and pyroclastic flows continue to descend over the southern Maisai and Bonga and southeast Basud ravines, reaching lengths of approximately 4 kilometers. Over the past 24 hours, 3 incandescent dome block avalanches and 270 rock falls events have been observed. Pyroclastic density currents usually form ash plumes. Phoenix clouds is what we call them, towering walls of a cloud rising above the pyroclastic torrent. Viscous lava is erupting in the summit dome and piling up there. The glowing lava dome is more and more unstable as hot lava material is being accumulated in it, which makes the dome prone to collapse into hot rock falls. SO2 emissions on the 15th was 2,989 tons. So it is starting to produce more SO2 as well. And then they talk about the tilt meters and things like that. And we'll leave that be. So that is okay. And that is a beautiful sight. And we gotta love that. And somebody just threw in a 10-pack of gift memberships. And that is our wonderful Sharon Stewart. Sharon... I'm writing that down. Sharon Stewart. There we go. Thank you kindly for that. Gifted the 10, and I hope that some of the people are getting those. Hopefully, we have lots that are happy with getting gifts. If you didn't get your gift yet, I don't know why mine is stuck here. Hang on, something is not clicking properly. Darn it, why is that not shutting my stuff off? My computer didn't freeze, did it? Let's try changing that. There it works. Okay, awesome. Anyway, let's go back to the volcano at hand, and we'll see what we've got. Whoop, Rakens, there we go. And that is our wonderful volcano. And of course, we can zoom in a little bit on that caldera. That's what we like to do. And that is pretty awesome. That should be good for right now. I'm going to go take a break, you guys. So thank you kindly again to Michael Weatherly for his $10 super chat, and Sharon Stewart for gifting another 10-pack. So for anyone who is not a member yet, if you click on that banner of the 10-pack there and turn on, make sure you have your accept gift turned on. That way you got it. Flinders, I just got one. Trev, I just got one. That is awesome. So 2 of them have been given away, and I'm sure there's still more hiding there in the lurkers area. So if you haven't hit that, I give it a whirl. On that friendly note, it is time for me to get another break in. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. This, of course, is in Iceland. This is what we're watching on the screen. This is just north of Meridalur Valley in Fragalfjall on the Reykjanes Peninsula. And of course, this is the cone is called Rebbe. And Rebbe, of course, is in the what they now named the Kobbi Fissure. And both those names are via our wonderful one of the landowners there, and that is Siggy Ragnar. And since he's done that, I guess he's entitled to do that. They both names have specific meanings to them, so we'll leave those in place. We won't call them anything else, just to honor both of those names. And for falling asleep, Kevin Haynes, thank you. I wish I could fall asleep. Kevin Haynes, I hope you didn't fall asleep. I know, it's my voice. It's my voice. Thank you very kindly, Kevin, for that $2 super chat. And I am going to go take that break. Here comes some music. Hopefully it'll wake you up. Maybe. Or maybe this will. I have no idea if it will or not. But here's the music. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, I'm located here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. The stuff on the screen is located in the Reykjanes Peninsula in Iceland. And of course, that is a beautiful site of a Rebbe vent, the Rebbe vent in the Kobbi fissure. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Colin and Sue Hayes and Kevin Haynes and Lucien. And I did read your comment there. My music is downloaded to my machine and then replayed that way. Thanks JB and JCell and Ariane and who else? Power Kid is back. Michael Olson, thank you. And wanted to say thank you to Kevin Haynes for super chatting the $5 super chat that got split into two. No worries, we got it, and all good. Weeping Scorpion also here. Welcome back. Greetings from Faroe Islands, and it's no wonder the scorpion is weeping. It's in the Faroe Islands. Not good weather for a scorpion, is it? But welcome on board anyway. Glad to have you here. Okay, so I'm looking at what we got. Yes, bit EQ off the illusions. Yeah, we already looked at that though. At that 7.2, that was off the Aleutian Islands, and a huge quake. And it is one of those things. Yep, very true there. Weeping scorpion, and I guess if it's an indoor scorpion, it'll be all right. But I don't think the weather is all that favorable for scorpions outside. Not in the wild, anyway. Pretty awesome. Although I wouldn't mind going there sometime to the Faroe Islands. Summertime stuff, though. Yep, a 7.2 is indeed huge, and that happened there, Power Kit, as well as a 5.7 is one of the aftershocks, and a whole bunch of other ones. Closest volcano actually would have been about, as Sue pointed out, there would have been Pavlov, or very close to that one being the closest. Whereas Sheldon would have been about 250 or so kilometers away from that one. So you'll be most welcome here, Doc. Thanks, appreciate that. Very awesome. And I did really feel welcomed in Iceland as well. I do have to say that, when I visited there for looking at Ragnar, I do have to say the Icelandic people were all very kind, well-spoken, no nonsense kind of stuff. I mean, they did joke around a little bit, but they were really, really decent people. And I do have to give Iceland the big thumbs up for that one. They are very tourist-oriented in that sense. And very friendly people, very polite and very kind. If you have a question, they will take the time to answer you, even if their English, some of them, their English isn't as good as others, but they are definitely willing to help you. So I have to say, it was an excellent experience, and I think honestly, I think that's one of the most friendly places I have ever been to. And, I've gone to Mexico, I've gone to Belize, and of course the US quite a bit, and stuff like that. And I do really have to say it was a very, very polite people there in Iceland. The hospitality was accommodating. Okay, Power Kid. Yeah, I have absolutely nothing bad to say about the Icelandic people. Seriously, treated well. Everything is above board. There's no weird stuff like what you would get in Mexico. that kind of thing. Mind you, Mexico too. Once you get off the beaten path and you go to the real people, never mind the ones that try to prey on tourists. Once you get into the back roads of the Mexican areas, the people there are wonderful as well, and I found that to be a big change. So, for Mexico, if you're down in the areas where the tourists hang out, that's not where you want to be if you want to experience the true Mexico. Go a couple blocks over into the other areas and go where the Mexican people are, and rather than the tourists, and you'll find it's a whole different light, if you will. So anyway, let's keep going. First-rate country, Iceland, all around. Yep, I do have to say they are very pleasant people, and it was an enjoyable stay. Even though my weather at the end of it was really poor weather, but I still have to commend the Icelandic people there. You should go to Popocatépetl next. Mars, I would really like to do that. I would. Right now I'm still working on kind of a recouping here from not having been working for a year and a half. So it's going to take a little bit before I can go anywhere. So we'll deal with that. But I do think Popocatépetl and maybe even Fuego might be on my hit list of places to go, and those would be a little bit more reasonable expenses as far as getting down there and stuff, and not quite as expensive. One of the things I do have to say about Iceland, it's not a cheap place to go, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that, but it's not cheap. It's an island nation, to be expected. When you go to places like Hawaii, you notice that too, as far as price increases and stuff. So it is what it is. Thomas says, even though you at times butcher the language, us Icelanders would welcome you back. Thomas, that is so kind of you. And of course, you have to understand, I am not an Icelander, so it's that was my first exposure to the Icelandic language altogether, and I think I'm still doing pretty good. So Iceland have a big expenses to get things shipped there. Yeah, it's the same thing as Henry, same thing as when you go to Hawaii. And I'm very happy. Tom will allow me back, or Thomas will allow me back. Oh, that is actually kind of hilarious. Thanks for that jab there, Thomas. Oh, let's see. Even some Icelanders have trouble with their own language. Actually, Lucien, you're kind of right. Mars says 2 pineapples said the price of a gas was over $8 a gallon recently. Wow. I am gracious to host. Thanks, Thomas. And Lucien says, especially drunk. I have not, actually, I've never seen any drunk Icelanders. They hide it well. So that is all okay. That is really cool. Axis 0096. Interestingly, before 2021 Geldingadarlar eruption, my brother was visiting Iceland, and apparently he's quite the hike. He's quite the hiker. He had visited the same valley earlier in the year. And that is cool. And, Axis, that would have been the ones that you would have wanted to take all the pictures possible, but had they known that the volcano was going to pop up where it did, it would have been nice to have before and after shots from some of those angles, but you never know where the cameras are going to be set up, etc. Anyway, let's leave that there. It's just about break time again. I haven't really got at anything here. I wanted to, what did I want to look at? We wanted to look at, we got earthquakes already. I don't really need to do that. I wanted to take a quick peek at the SO2 map and see if we have any major increases from Iceland showing up on the map. And I don't think we do, but let's have a quick peek before we go on a break. And of course, here's the SO2 map. I just refreshed it, and we'll go over stuff very quickly here. So out here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, we are seeing Karimsky is doing a bang up job down on the bottom, not so much coming from Shivlish up in the top, and Klyashevskoye probably raising its level here in the middle. So that's what we're seeing. And down here from Ibiko, from Paramashir Island on the islands down here, is doing its thing. It's nothing too crazy. We are seeing more stuff here, and it's hard to tell where that came from. Now, we did have that big quake right around here, and obviously this plume is from Shisheldon, this going out here this way. That is from Shisheldon. I'm not sure where this one is from. That could be several volcanoes over there. I know Pavlov is just over here, so this might be the Great Sitkans or somebody, or one of the other ones. That might be Trident or in that area, producing a little bit of off-gassing as well. Looking at Canada real quick, northern areas, we see the fires up in northern British Columbia, central British Columbia. My brother was evacuated because of this fire in these regions. Here he's just south of Prince George, so they had to be moved out for a while. And of course, they have the other fires up on top here in northern Alberta and southern portions of Northwest Territories. And that smoke, of course, getting into Alberta. And you can see that smoke coming down here. And there have been reports of some people seeing some of that smoke coming down through some of those states. So I don't know exactly which ones it's inundated, but that smoke is definitely drifting down into the U.S. as well. We do still see some more forest fires up in northern Quebec, and most of that is being pulled up northward and dissipated through the rain stuff that's happening over top of the northern Ontario and of course the Hudson's Bay area. Real quick, down to Mexico, Popocatépetl still putting out its stuff, getting into the waters here in the Pacific, and Central America going all the way along. We do see that from those guys. Nevado del Ruz is still pushing up quite a bit there, and of course they're in, we've got hang on, what was it? I forgot the ones that were in this area here, not Nicaragua, but down here in Costa Rica. I can't remember the names of the volcanoes. Never mind, we'll not worry about them. The major spot though down here, definitely seeing a whole bunch coming out of Sabancaya, down on the bottom end of Peru. And it is getting all over Bolivia as well as in the northern parts of Chile. And remember what we were talking about yesterday? This is a kind of an unknown area where this is coming from. And I tried to find out, and I'm still stuck. But that is coming from Easter Island area. So definitely some heavy off-gassing there. Not sure where this other stuff is coming from, but this is Easter Island material. And looks like White Owl Volcano north of New Zealand still doing its thing. And this is still coming out of the Western Australian area. And I'm thinking that they've got some kind of fire going on there or something. unless they've had some bad gas or something explode. I have no idea. Tofua still being quiet, not so much from Yasur. Aoba and Gawa still being fairly quiet. What is it? Bagana over here, and then you have Manam in this area, and they are doing their thing. And then we get over here into Luoltaluk's area of eastern Indonesia. East Java, you got Semeru, central area here, you've got Merapi, and then of course we are seeing from Jakarta and Krakatau over here, and that is a combined effort on their parts. I'm going to leave the other ones alone, they're fairly light. Ibu and Dakono still doing its thing. Mayon not putting out as much. Don't know if Bulusan is putting out anything at all. But we are definitely seeing some off-gassing from the Manila area, as well as Taal volcano there on Luzon Island as well. Sliding up a little bit more, Taiwan pretty dirty the way it normally is. And looking at Suwanosejima here in Japan doing its thing. This plume, of course, from Sakurajima. We go up here, we can see ASO is definitely throwing out a lot of SO2 right now. Moving up a little further, and we take a look at Tokyo. We can see the Tokyo area, but we can also see this plume coming out from the west to the east. That is from Asama, and Asama-san definitely off-gassing. So there's our stuff from our Kamchatka Peninsula. We already had a look at that. Pretty normal in India, and let's see what else we got down south here. This, of course, drifting all the way from South Africa, from the gold mines, and DR Congo area still doing their thing. Same thing with, we can't see where Ertail is because of the stuff coming from Saudi Arabia, and that is coming from the oil refineries from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. So you'll see a lot of SO2 there. And then, of course, we have our wonderful Mount Etna in here doing its thing. And then, of course, Stromboli doing some activity as well. While we're speaking of Stromboli, I don't know if I've got that on the right screen. Let's see. We'll get that going here. And Stromboli did have a little bit of activity earlier. I don't know what it was doing right now. Not much. Okay, so yeah, we look on the map here. You can see this is we got two thermal cams here. So this one is showing one angle and seeing the little caldera with the lava in it. The other vent is on over there. If we look at the other side, this is more of a side profile, and every once in a while you see the plumes go up. This, of course, on the other side here, that is the actual vent there. That is the same as this one here. So that's what we're seeing there, and some stars in the background. So we know it's fairly clear skies. But it's not doing anything right now, so it's not doing us a darn bit of good. All right, let's leave that be. Didn't we have a report on Mount Etna? I thought there was an Etna report there. I must have missed somehow, some way. I'm happy to see if I've got that later on, and we'll go have a look at that. Let's put you back onto the volcano though, and stop. Come on. No, it didn't quit. Okay, I thought my stream just gave up. And give it a second. It's catching up, and we should be okay. I'm probably buffering for a second or two. Hang in there. Okay, I had to turn that microphone off for a second. Still there. Okay, I'm wondering why it's doing what it's doing. Looks like it's hesitating on that stream. Okay, it should be okay. And there we go. You did Etna. Oh, I did too. I remember that thermal image. Okay, all good. All right, we're back in play, and we are actually flowing fairly well there. So there's the shot zoomed out a little bit. You can see the flow through the lava tube is still pretty awesome, so that is all good. And let's leave that there. I'm going to go take another break, you guys. Hang in there and keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. Don't anyone crawl up on the side of that dome. I don't want anyone getting hurt. And just be real careful if you're walking around in a lava field. You might hit a pocket and end up, getting into the lava. That wouldn't be good. It'd be a quick barbecue. All right, I'll be back. There's the close-up. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Here comes some music, and away we go. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet, and subscribe. Thanks. I'll be back. Okay, and I'm back on. I'm still trying to, I don't know, do I want to smirk or laugh or giggle? A lava rock quit his job. What was it? I got to read the whole thing here. A lava rock quit his job at the volcano today. He said they looked or took him for granite. That is quite a punny. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mars and Henry and Sue and JB and Claire Shipman and who else we got here? Kananaska's Country and Frajola and Duchess of Elements is in here. Been watching over at RUV some awesome chunk crack off. Yep, you bet. And thanks, Power Kid. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Ariana and Duchess of Elements. And I think I got everyone. If I didn't say thanks, I do intend it. So no worries there. Anyway, a lovely, lovely view. And yeah, we are watching more and more collapses happening there. More stuff blocking the road. And of course, let me see if I've got my a thing on the right spot here. I'm trying to get up to the right place. I should have mice turned on. Yep, that should work. So, and in here is where it's kind of getting blocked up. Of course, this is that a pit right before the lava tube that goes further on. And of course, that pit has been washed out by all this stuff getting blockages here, and then massive flows and washing that out. And then even when the rocks get stuck in the mouth of the lava tube, it starts to well up and end up creating phoenix designs out front here. So it's a pretty awesome. But that hole has gotten a lot bigger since of yesterday and the day before. It was just a small hole. Now it's massive. And if you recall, remember when we first seen this thing doing its thing, we would see the lava disappearing here, and that's exactly what it was doing. It was going through a lava tube, and of course, if we take that picture off, you can see there the lava tube was underneath, and this is where it was coming out. And we couldn't see that because the other camera angle was from over there, and this, of course, being much lower, we weren't able to see. So. Some congestion at Dr. Fox? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Duchess of Elements. There appears to be a strike slip a fault, as well as a sparse field of single underwater volcanoes beneath the northern Pacific in the Plume area. Google Maps. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, we know that there are places that, just on the edge of the Greenland Sea, going in towards the Norwegian Sea, where that big line, or if we want to call it the mid-Atlantic ridge, the two plates are meeting, and of course we are seeing that strike-slip fault there. Has created all kinds of off-gassing over the last little while. So that's always kind of a neat there, Billy Gates. And we did see that before. There was off-gassing happening in different places. As a matter of fact, I do believe there was a quake there in that area. Let's go over there to that map for a second. And just to kind of give you an idea. I guess they're not showing. Oh, there's the quake right there. And that is, there's a Jan Mayen there, Svalbard up here. And of course, that is your mid-Atlantic ridge as it goes through. And this whole field is very, very susceptible and does have underwater volcanoes growing in it. So anyway, this 4.6, they call that the Greenland Sea. And that had happened today at 7:47 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that one. So that's where that is. But I don't know. I didn't see on the SO2 map. I didn't see anything pluming up there. Let's just take another quick peek as I zoom back out. And no, we didn't see anything up there. So that is kind of interesting because we have before seen lots of SO2 in this area for no apparent reason. The one thing we are not seeing a lot of is the SO2 coming from Iceland, and we know that the numbers are relatively low, 15,000 tons of named Rebbe means fox, named for Dr. Fox. Oh boy, Siggy, and that is awesome. And here I thought Rebbe is from your great-grandfather and going after the foxes. Awesome, I feel honored. So there you go. Anyway, SO2 levels not very high coming off of that volcano. Not high yet. They can change as far as that flow rate. We may see that in the future as this thing progresses. After all, it is only, what is it, a day 7 or something like that? Yeah, actually it is a day 7 of the eruption. So this thing has a long way to go yet before we get into what we call a semi-mature state for this particular volcano. And it's going to take a while. It's just a little baby yet, 7 days old. Let it grow up a little bit. Once we get 2 or 3 months there, it'll be weaned and it'll be on its own at doing its thing. One of the things that I haven't really pointed out is any kind of earthquakes there so much in Iceland or on the Reykjanes Peninsula. Most of everything is just a general, what we believe to be magma movement underneath. Nothing in crazy areas and nothing ready to spout out other than the kind of a softer area towards the northeast of Keilir and very close to Keilir. So that is, we always have a possibility of another event opening up somewhere, and that is something to consider. There was a cave in the canyon where the lava went into Nathagi. True name of the cave was Rebbe as well. Ooh, okay, Rebbe, huh? So that was a fox hangout, was it? The Foxy Cave. That's cool. Anyway, yeah. I don't really want to go off wandering to other volcanoes. I don't know what else we can throw in here for right now, though. Really not much happening on the other volcanoes around the world, and a lot of them are still in clouds and things, and it kind of disappoints me in a way, but hey, it is what it is. Prediction on the right section of the front on the right will be gone. The front right will be gone. Well, we kind of think that it's gonna, well, it's been breaking up and doing its thing. If we do a little closer in an inspection here, and you can see, we see this has broken off several times already. Now, you got to remember, this piece is coming out a little bit further. There's a space of possibly 5-10 meters in between this wall and that wall. And that is where the lava is flowing out and down into the pit, going into the mouth of the lava tube. So that is what we're seeing, and on occasion when these big blocks break off and they go down here, they'll block that lava tube and spill out. So that is what we're seeing on those shots. I think this is a heck of a nice view, though. And being able to see that, if we take that out and zoom out again, there you can see the output of that lava tube. So it goes in here and comes back out over on this end. These rocks here have been passed through there already, and they have indeed created some blockages, especially this larger one. That one had a fairly good outflow up top here when that passed through. DrFox2000. Huh. I don't know. Do we want to call me that? Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, okay. Sandra Rockland is back. Been lurking. No worries, Sandra. And let's see. So people can read the message for themselves if they do in the what I can pick up the message so quickly. Awesome. Your what message? I missed a message. Anyway, if somebody does want to address me specifically, make sure that you put DrFox2000 on there. Hey, I see an arm. Oh no, it's a human with a gas mask and a backpack. He's got a Scott pack on. I wonder, is that guy an alien? He's having to bring his own oxygen? Oh boy. Yeti. A Yeti with a camper with a Scott pack on? Boy, that's some pretty heavy duty camping. A human, like a real one. I don't know if that was a human. How do you know? We didn't see any real parts there, Power Kid. Seriously. A scientist? Maybe that was Yvonne. No, Yvonne knows she should wave hi to the camera. Someone posing to be a scientist. Yeah, Alex, are you still here? I've got a sneaky hunch it's Alex running around up there. Didn't he say he was going down there? I think maybe he is. Lord Nelson really owns the Yellow Submarine, and it is awesome. What? No. How did he get keys for the submarine all of a sudden? 3 arms. Uh-oh. The area is still closed. Hey, Siggy, you didn't hear if they were going to open it at any point in time, did you? I know they got the some of the fires on the western side, northwestern side, a little bit more under control, so not burning so bad over there as far as Moss is concerned. I saw Henry's submarine. It was awesome. Does he have a submarine? I gotta see that. Need to get another one, and paint it a yellow. Oh, you need a paint job. Was supposed to be open this morning, but they decided to keep it closed for today at least. Okay, thanks, Thomas. And yeah, just so you know, there's some of our good viewers here are actually in Iceland, like Thomas, as well as Alex. Siggy is from Iceland, but he is currently in Texas. Everything is big in Texas down there, so all good. Anyway, a beautiful volcano, you guys. I don't know what else to add, really, with that kind of a comment. What do we say about the volcano? It is absolutely gorgeous. I want to have a quick peek around with the other cameras, though. I'm curious to see what our lava front is doing. So let's pop over there for a second. And there we are looking into Meridalia from up on the hill on the eastern side of where the tail really ends, and you can see that lava pouring in here. Of course, you can see the lava front, and it is pushing over that material, and it's just about at the end here, so it's a little deceptive because that actually curves around, so we're close to that, and probably just about straight across here as far as that front pushing in there. Just to give you a better idea sorry, of what that actually would look like over there. I'm trying to get on the right map here. Hang on, let me get on the right screen first, and we'll see if we can find it. I've got too many screens open, it's difficult. Okay, we can do that on this one. and here. So, and again, just to kind of give you a little bit of a heads up here using the map. So the volcano itself is located, and there's Litihuter, and there's the volcano in that area there. That lava flow has come down this way and is progressed, and it's gotten into here, and the lava front is probably right around here, almost even with this flow level. And that was a flow that came in from Siggy Fisher on this side, and kind of was a very liquidy, and I kind of poured in there, and it created a ridge. So this area in here is actually a little bit lower than this area. So once our lava front that's right around here now, once that gets to this edge, it's just going to drop down and fill this area, this lower area up. Once it gets that full, then it may start just bunching up here and pushing over, but its exit is right here. So this is the exit area. That's the low point in between the two hills here, and it never did make it out. If we zoom in there a little bit, you can kind of see what it looks like, and that never did make it all the way out to start flowing down south. But if we look at this again, you can kind of see in the zoomed in version. So that lava is sitting about here now. That's about the edge of it, and then this is a drop down. So this is lower in here. You'll see that fill up, and once that gets totally full, it'll start riding up on this piece again. Now I know this is fairly high in here, but I know this is a little bit lower in that side. Now when I originally was there in Iceland, I did walk down here, so I know that lower level wasn't that high. But this central area was, and we did see lava pushed up over top. Well, in this new flow, we see the lava pushed up over top. So pretty cool to see that. But that's going to be interesting to see that. So like I say, the lava level is about here. And that is, of course, Meridalia right in there. And you can see, if we look at that line again, there you can see the edge of that curve, and there's the line going across. So that gives you a pretty good insight. If it's a clear, if it clears the obstacles, how hard would it be for the lava to reach the coast? Well, once it does, oh, I got a noisemaker outside there, squirrels yelling at me. Once we get to that point, okay, there's going to be kind of a situation, where are we going with it, right? So this will go in here, and it will hit the low valley in between here, and it will try to make its way through. And I think we had a few obstacles. It's going to take a little while to fill that area up. Once it gets out of here, then we may see it start to move faster, and then it has this method to go, and it will likely come down here. And if it does go in, it'll hit in here somewhere. But as far as obstacles, there are a lot. You are going to take a lot of time to get there. It's not going to be an easy ride. What could happen here too, depending on what the situation is with this, it may try to build up even higher here, and then who knows, if it tries to go north or south, it may get hung up and really build this area up. It's going to take a lot of volume though right now to even fill this area up. So you know, with what we've seen so far, it's going to take just as much lava to fill that area with what's already come out. So it's going to be interesting to see. And then once it flows there, this of course being a little bit lower as well, as this area over here, we're going to see more flow onto here. It's going to take some time before this comes out, so a long time. Might fill enough to start flooding north. Well, that, that's another thing that if we see, depending on what is going to happen there, if it does come through here and it doesn't come out this side, could it pour over to here? We know this area, this is kind of a cutoff here, and it's in an elevation of about 4 meters, 3 to 4 meters to get up onto this deck from this lower section. So it's really going to take a lot of volume of lava to go there. But if this fills and starts backing up, what could happen is that we'll get it back up to this point and we could see it flow out here. Now, again, there's other possibilities from our vent here. What could happen is the backside could break open and we could see a flow northward, although it will be slow and it'll be built up pretty high, but that is another possibility. But it's going to take a lot of volume to fill those areas. So that is thought not Haggy. Sounds unlikely. The problem with Not Haggy, getting into Not Haggy, is if we're looking at this here. So if it fills up Meridalia, it's not coming up the hill here. This is, you got 400, 500, 600 feet, or well, maybe not that much, but you got probably 200 or 300 feet coming up before you'd be able to get up on top of this, and then you'd end up being coming along the side here. There's no way that it's going to build up that high. It's got to pour out to the east, or it'll back up and come out here before it does that, or it'll even flow back out here on this side. It's not going to come up out of Meridalia up to southern Meridalia up here or into Geldingedarler. It's just not going to do that. So that's out for sure. But as far as our possibilities here, that is to be seen yet, to see which way things are going to go. And we may see it flow northward again here. I'm not sure exactly how low that is because I never walked it. I don't know. But I definitely was here and definitely walked along this region. So I know what it is like. So kind of interesting to see that. So if it does, there's a couple places. It could be right in here or in here once it crosses the highway. And then after that, it's anybody's guess. Moilvik area. So that is a kind of just a little bit of a speculation, and nothing is written in stone, of course. That is, if everything keeps going, we're going to see it do a bunch of things. So what we are here for as observers and to see what it does do, and we will learn from what it does. But for right now, it's a lot of speculation. The possibilities are there that it could come out soon, or it could take a while and try to fill up that whole area in here, and the volcano may quit before that. Who knows? There are endless possibilities, and of course I'm hoping the latter is not the one that we're going to see right off the bat here. So I'm hoping that we're going to see more than a 14 or 15 day eruption. I'm hoping for a 14 or 15 months for sure. And having, if we've used, slightly over 5 million cubic meters of that reservoir lava, there's still, magma, and there's still magma pouring into the system. The system was at between 73 and 75 million cubic meters. So with an inpour and an outflow being roughly equal, that is what we're seeing. So now the siphon will continue even if there wasn't that much in. Magma is pouring in from the mantle. Yep, that is correct, Thomas. It is coming up into the magma chamber from the mantle area. So this is a direct path up. There's no other stopping on the way and getting into that magma chamber. And like I said, Yvonne was saying that they estimated it between 73 and 75 million cubic meters. So hopefully it will work. Wonky Donkey says nothing written in stone in volcanology. That's right, because stone can decay. And still direct connected to the mantle. Yes, it is still doing its thing and directly connected. So that inflow that we see is still there. One of the things that is kind of interesting is the fact that this one is about 20 degrees higher in temperature than what we were seeing at our Ragnar. So Ragnar was an average temperature of about 1240 C. This is coming up at 1260 C. Although 20 degrees Celsius, not a big difference in most people's minds, but that is a big difference when you're looking at it and the fluidity of that magma. The higher temperature, definitely just a few degrees, does a whole bunch. LOL is all written in basalt. Yeah. Oh, that is putty, Siggy. You're looking at them. Any place name with Hearn is an old lava field. Yes, Weeping Scorpion. We do know that. From how I understand Icelandic place names, you're absolutely right. That is what that's what Siggy told me, and I believe Siggy. Anyway, let's see. Well, I'm looking at the time. I really don't know what else we want to get into today. We've gone through the reports. We've gone through the other stuff. We had a look at the SO2. We had a quick look at the really large quakes on the planet. As far as the other ones, I really don't want to worry about them. Looking at what we see here, the flows into Meridalia is all cool. And what I was looking at is, of course, you see the line here, how far it's progressed. But you see how that looks like it's a bit deeper there yet? It is. So that is going to take a little while to fill. And going up the hill here, you see all the way up here, that is the top bridge there. That's how high it's got to get out of here. And we're not going to fill that up with that much lava for it to be able to flow out into low elevation fire Kobbi. Lower elevation fire Kobbi. Yeah, well, this is it is a lower. It looks lower from this angle, Siggy, and that is what we got. So, yeah, I don't know what the deal is, but that is lower. So when, like I say, that's going to have to reach a certain level or equilibrium before it'll be going out the eastern side, right? And like I said, that whole area there, it's basically only had one flow from Siggy Fisher and go over top of it. And there's a good chunk along the side yet that is kind of untouched. And then further over, that was not on camera there, up the other slopeway, there was no second flow or no flow from Siggy Fisher to get over top of it. Mind you, it's a little higher elevation again because it goes uphill there. But this open spot in the middle here, this is going to take quite a bit of a volume yet, and that goes fairly far over on the western side here. So once that is full, I'm sure then we'll see the pressure on. But again, it could billow up here and pile up and be very slow moving that way and allow more material to go to the east. Anything is possible. Let's get back to that volcano though, and I think I'm going to wrap up the show for today. We are going to continue to have this running, of course, and we are not going to shut that down for whatever purpose. I'm going to be restarting that stream tonight and tomorrow morning again. We don't want to miss any of this, so we've been trying to accommodate continuous coverage by keeping the recordings going. So that is thanks Dr. Rebbe. All right, I be Dr. Rebbe now. Good night, lava lovers. I've got to go off or log off. Cheers to Dr. Fox. Michael and Weatherly, you take care. Have a good one, and all the best, and cheers. Yeah, I think we can pretty much wrap it up here. Here's our close-up. And of course, yeah, we're going to keep on this going. So, like I said, with the stream, we'll let it run for tonight and during the night. So if you guys do want to peek in, you certainly can. And of course, there's the standard times there for the stream. Tomorrow being Monday, it'll be on at 5 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Eastern, and hopefully, and that will give you a chance to get back in there. Also, for those over in Iceland and those places, Iceland is 6 hours difference from here, so 5 p.m. Eastern becomes 11 p.m. Iceland time. So that would be it. And Kim Raudenbusch, come on, Doc, you have at least 10 minutes yet. 10 minutes? What are you talking about, Kim? You don't have 10 minutes. You can't spare 10 minutes. I was supposed to be taking a break and I never did, just because I'm such a nice guy and I want to be able to convey as much wonder and information to all of you as we can in such a short time. DJ says 12 GMT. 6 hours? No, from 5 is 11 GMT. Right now, yeah, 11:50 right now. That is what we got. But normally we start at 2300 Iceland time. No break, release, and then, oh no. No, I didn't say that, JB, I didn't say that. Stop. Don't send the Krakens. We don't want that to happen. That would be detrimental to my health. I just got I got here 5 minutes ago. Well, you think that's my problem, Kim? I recommend you get here a lot earlier, mister. Then you wouldn't have this problem. And none of us would. So, Krakoons, yeah, we gotta watch out for those. Anyway, love the way this thing is going, and that is pretty wild. Are we seeing that temperature right? Wow, Arizona Snowman, Death Valley is 125 degrees Fahrenheit, 52 degrees Celsius. And yeah, okay, now it's a Death Valley. You don't want to go there. 52 degrees Celsius, 125 Fahrenheit. You might as well jump in a volcano at that temperature. And that is crazy. Absolutely. And yeah, incredible, you guys. So, yep, I'd melt. I think a lot of us would melt. 52 degrees, that's a little bit too much. 125. The human body doesn't like that temperature. It can maybe handle it for a few minutes, but you can't be in that too long. 125 is a slow cook, so I don't want to do that. Anyway, as we're watching and getting ready to shut things, well, I'm not shutting it down, but I'm going to shut myself down here. We are seeing more spatter, of course, hitting the cone. 10 minutes enough, Ariane? No, we're at 7 minutes now. Doesn't it become your problem now that I told you I was late? No, it doesn't become my problem, Kim. Not at all. Just because you're trying to shift a blame or something, it's not my problem. Kim, I don't know why you were here so late. Kim, can you tell us why were you late? I'd really like to know. That would be wild. Anyway, yeah, 52 degrees Celsius is nuts. 125 Fahrenheit. That is too much. That's a volcano temperature. Mack trucks. Oh, DJ, I'm sorry. Mack trucks. Oh, those are the ones with the big doggy on front. Alvaro saying, hello, level lovers from Orlando, Florida. Enjoying the monster. Excellent. And Kim says, okay, darn, not shifting blame. What? Hoping for extended narrated stream. No, I have to rest. I've been pushing it too much, and I do. Rico, what kind of maps? What were you after, Rico? If you're looking for earthquakes, type in earthquake, or earthquake 2, or earthquake 3, and that will get you the earthquake maps. Sharon saying a good night to everyone. Sharon Stewart, thank you very kindly for being here. Thank you for gifting that wonderful 10-pack of gift memberships. And take care. Have yourselves a wonderful, good evening. And just flipping this thing over. Nope, you're all good there. Good night, Sharon. Lava maps, if you had them. Lava maps you had up. Okay, well, what I was using just a few minutes ago here, and I'll put it back up, and I will see if that is what you're referring to. This one here, I was using this. If you type in, let me just zoom this in a little bit. This is the weather map. So if you type in, what is it? Earthquake 2? Yeah, for this one, Earthquake 2. Sue has it there. She's bringing up the link. That's the one, Sue. Yeah, so if you type that one in, and well, you can grab that link right there. So that is this one here, and of course, it shows you where the flow from, like the lighter gray flow here. That was what came in here from Fragranfjall. Sorry, from Ragnar, I should say, and then the darker overlying lava, and that was from the Siggy Fissure. And the Siggy Fissure, of course, here, this was made while this was still hot, and there were some flows out of there. And of course, the elevation in the back here is slightly higher than down here. These edges are a little bit higher, and then this is the low-lying area here. And that does have this flow in here. I don't know exactly how thick that flow was, but when I was here originally, the flow area here was fairly high in that area, and it had the flow about where it is. So that is about what we've got. Anyway, that is what we're seeing, and then of course, right now, the level of lava is to this end, coming down the chute here. So like I said, it'll have to drop down into the lower section, fill that up, and then once it fills up in there, it'll fill all the little voids, and then we'll see what happens after that. I am not able to do too much, but Hope that helps there for you, Rico, with that map, and that is earthquake 2. And I didn't bother turning on the earthquakes, I just use it without as a guide here, and it actually does show the contour fairly well and stuff, so it's worthwhile taking a look at. Anyway, let's put that one back to where it was, and that is not working right now. There it goes. And let me see if I can find that map real quick, or that screen, and make sure it's up to a snuff. Nope, not that one, and not this one, and not there. Okay, I have too many windows open. Let's make that one a little bit crisper there, and that is at 1080 again. Okay, so it looks a little better at 1080. You can see that line defined a lot better there, and that's the end of that lava flow so far. And like I said, and that lower area is out in here. It's going to drop down, and we'll see what happens, and then it'll start pushing up on the higher levels over there. But I think it'll go to the east before it does that, because that is the only lower area for it to escape. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, putting that back on the wonderful volcano. It is time for me to end this show for today, though. So I want to say a big thank you to all of you for being here. And of course, I'm not shutting the stream off, so you can continue to watch. I will turn the music back on, and that'll all be good. For right now, though, I want to say a big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Yvonne Kunkel and Sue Hayes and CND Boy and Siggy for being here. And thanks, moderators. Those were the ones that were here. There's others, but we'll leave them out. Thank you for being here, you guys. I really do appreciate all your wonderful help. And of course, Piggy for the wonderful bacon seeds every day. That is always awesome. And on those notes, I also want to say a thank you to all of the members, every one of you here in the Lava family, because of course, without you, this stream would not exist. So also a big thank you to our gift givers for today. And they are Kathy, and mahalo Kathy for that one, Linda Schoof, and Piggy, and Linda Schoof, and Roxy, and Kate, and Flinder L, thank you. Michael Weatherly, thank you. Sharon Stewart gifted 10 memberships there, thank you. And as well as Kevin Haynes, 2 super chats there. That was supposed to be 1 for 5, but he made it 5 anyway. So thank you very kindly for that wonderful support, you guys. That is really appreciated, and really it does help out. And we definitely will be keeping these streams going. And it is some pretty hard work sometimes when you're trying to put things together, especially if you have to reboot a machine or something like that. There's a lot of setup involved, and you know, it's not easy to we do our thing. Arizona Snowman, bon appetit, my friend, and I hope you have a wonderful dinner. And that's good. I make typos and hit the wrong buttons sometimes, but I love you all, and I try my best. And yeah, you know, sometimes boo-boos do happen. We all make mistakes, so if you accidentally get timed out or something like that, don't get mad. Just get even with Bob. Take his fishing boat away. I'm kidding. Just understand. We do our thing to fix things up, and we are trying to keep everyone happy, and that is always the way it is. Anyway, let's wrap it up there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Take care of yourselves, and all the best to all of you. And the very important thing I got to tell you, of course, that I do at the end of every stream is not that. Quackers, calm down. Quackers, the virtual duck. All right. Anyway, the important part is please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. Good night, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, sleep well, and oink oink!
you.